So good evening, everybody, and welcome to a very special meeting of your Santa Monica City Council. It is special because it's not at the usual time. We're going to have a regular meeting tonight, following this at about 5:30. And it's very special because obviously none of us is, we are under the emergency status, and that happened with state law through a teleconference city council meeting. And that will make things a little more difficult than usual, but hopefully we will communicate well and hear from people and make our decisions as we normally would. So welcome to the meeting. This is a special meeting for Monday, April 14th of 2020. And I'll ask the city clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Morena. You need to unmute your mic.
Here.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Winter.
Here.
Councilmember Hara.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Present.
And Mayor McCune.
I'm here too. So I can't say we have a full house because we're all in different houses tonight, but all the members of the city council are here tonight. This particular special meeting has only one item on the agenda, and I'd ask the clerk to now call that.
You have approval of, it's item 8A, approval of voluntary employee early separation incentive program and direction to develop a plan for restructuring operations and balancing the budget as a result of the COVID-19 health emergency. And we do have requests to speak, and the assistant city clerk will be reading those.
Okay, but first we're going to have a staff presentation on the item. And before we do that, just to frame this so people understand, both the city manager and the city attorney have volunteered to take 20% pay cuts for the duration of this emergency. So that's the kind of context in which we're considering what else we can do to reduce expenses. Now, if we could hear the staff report, please.
Mayor and members of the City Council and those who are in, we're talking tonight about two items. One is asking you to give us direction to prepare a plan for balancing the budget in light of the impacts of the pandemic, and two, to authorize a voluntary early separation incentive. So let's see if we have a PowerPoint that we can walk through, and then I'll get to your questions and then public comment and conclusion. Katie, I think you're in charge of the PowerPoint, so I'll wait for our assistant city manager to cue that up.
Is it not sharing?
Not currently.
I'll try again.
Right now it appears you're sharing Greg. Wave hello, Greg. There we go.
All right, next slide, please, Katie. So as I've articulated in many forums over the last 3.5 weeks, the city has really embarked upon 4 simultaneously huge challenges. The first challenge is responding to the public health pandemic that has gripped our region, our nation, and the world. And we have been diligently understanding, implementing, and enforcing the guidance and public health orders from public health agencies at the federal, state, and county level. And that has involved a huge undertaking in which hundreds of our city staff are involved in usual and different activities. The second thing we've been doing is maintaining essential services. The buses are still running a different way. Garbage is still being picked up, although we've taken precautions to protect worker health and safety. Police are still responding to 911 calls. Fires are still responding to fires and emergencies. The third job, besides responding to the emergency health and maintain essential services, the third job is the huge impact on our residents and businesses who are seeking help from their city government, asking us for things either that we have never done, asking for us to do things in new and different ways, and asking for things that we simply don't have either legal authority or even the capacity to do. We want to do everything we can to help our residents and businesses get through this unprecedented emergency. And the final thing is, it is our responsibility as a city to look ahead toward eventual recovery and putting our residents back on their feet, or helping them with that, and our businesses and our own staff organization. That is going to be a gradual and protracted process. It's not going to happen overnight.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Rick. Is anybody else having trouble hearing Rick?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. In and out.
Yeah, Rick, I think you need to come closer to your computer.
Thank you. I'm simultaneously getting notes and feedback, so thank you. So the final thing is standing our community and back up to make sure that have the economic and social resilience for the long haul, and this is clearly going to be a long haul. So this slide outlines that we've been working to slow the spread. There's going to be a state-by-state phased reopening. We know that now, although we don't know when and how that's going to happen. And of course, a big piece that no one knows that goes into the question of when and how we'll be able to recover is when and how a vaccine is developed and widely administered. On the economic front, there are basic community needs. People need to eat, people need a roof over their head. And those are ones that we have unprecedented stress. We've stood up a food pantry that is literally feeding families who otherwise would be going without today because of the impacts of unemployment and layoffs. There's business uncertainty. Many businesses are closed. Some will never reopen. They've already notified us. Others are wondering if they'll be able to reopen, what circumstances in them. And this goes well beyond our borders. We had planned to go to the bond market because although we typically do pay-as-you-go financing of our capital projects, the magnitude of our capital investment and the low interest rates made it attractive for us to go to the capital bond market. The capital bond market is now frozen to municipalities of our size, and we don't know when and whether it will unfreeze in the foreseeable future. The impact on this city and its revenues is of the order of magnitude that you would expect in a community where we're highly dependent upon hotels and restaurants and retail stores as the backbone of our city's revenue. Hotel tax has plummeted to near zero. The restaurants and stores have not reported their sales, but they have to be dramatically down because they've been closed. Our parking revenues were down 80% 2 weeks ago, and have continued to decline because people are not driving, as they shouldn't, to Santa Monica to visit. So, and we expect huge impacts down the road because we've waived late fees and people paying their utility bills, being able to pay their utility bills. Business license taxes, when they come due, if businesses are on the verge of bankruptcy or awaiting some federal assistance, they're not going to be able to make those payments. Ultimately, this may affect property values in the city, as vacancies develop, with businesses going out of business. So every single revenue source of the city has either already been dramatically reduced, or we don't know but expect that it will be dramatically reduced because we begin to get the numbers 2 months, 3 months from now, or are in the process of long-term downsizing, because it's just pretty clear that people are not, even if the public health orders are eased or lifted in the next couple of months, people are not going to jump on airplanes, fly to LAX, check into Santa Monica hotels until there's greater clarity about this health emergency. And people don't have the resources that they had because of the spend money in our restaurants and our stores, etc. So the magnitude of this economic impact is on the order of $72 million between now and the end of the fiscal year, which in California is June 30th. So just over the next 3 months, we're going to see a drop of our expected revenues of $72 million. And then as we look ahead to next year, even assuming and anticipating and working toward an economic recovery, our best estimate, our best projection, is a $154 million deficit just in the general fund alone. To give you a sense of the magnitude of that, our estimate for our expected revenues in our 5-year forecast was $420 million. $154 million of that just won't be there. And even then into the following year, when we all hope and expect there will be an economic recovery, but we'll not be back anywhere near to where we were on March 1st of this year. And we'll still project a $72 million shortfall. And that's without taking into account the potential for very significant increases in our PERS rates. Those are our pension obligations. Those are dependent upon returns, often in the stock market. And with everything that's happened to the economy and the stock market, it's very likely that our long-term pension payments in the future will be significantly increased. So for all of those reasons, there's a huge economic impact. There's also just an impact on all our city services. All of our libraries are closed. All of our recreation programs are closed. Our swim center is closed. Our city hall is closed. People can no longer do the job they used to do until these health orders are eased or eliminated. And again, even then, it's not clear that people will come back to ride the bus in the numbers that they were riding on March 1st of this year. The people will come back and sign up for recreation classes they were on March 1st of this year. The people will come back to our libraries in the same way and the same numbers. So this has had a huge and ongoing impact that we project into the future. And by the way, we're not alone. In various ways, all cities will see these impacts, but they will fall in different ways on different cities. Well, particularly hard on Santa Monica, because we have been blessed with higher than average per capita revenues. The reality is that those very revenues are the ones that are going to be hit the hardest. Next slide. So this means that we have to do 2 things, and we've been doing them. The first is we've been examining every single thing we are doing and every single thing that we had planned to do and figuring out, can we do it? Do we have to do it? Can we do it in the same way or should it be done in a different way? Because with $72 million worth of shortfall this year and $154 million projected for next year, that's a $225 million hole in our expected revenues. We go into the next year It's a $300 million hole in our budget over 26 months. So we have canceled capital projects. We have postponed capital projects. We have downscaled capital projects. Everything we could do to reduce the dollars going out the door. We have looked at every one of our contracts to see if they could be postponed or canceled or restructured. We have looked at our staffing, the folks who are not our regular full-time staff. And we have reluctantly, even though they played a major role in helping us deliver services part-time and seasonally, we have had to end that relationship for the foreseeable future. Folks who, through no fault of their own, could not work because their facilities were closed. We have put on administrative aid leave. We cannot afford to do that, so they're having to take their own leave, vacation, or what have you. We have looked at everything we can do now and over the next 26 months to reduce expenses. And as the mayor announced at the beginning, the city attorney and I believe that we have to set the example, and we should be the first to say that we will reduce our pay and compensation, and we will move forward to ask others to make sacrifices on behalf of serving this community in a sustainable long-term way. So,
to fade away. You could just be cognizant of your volume.
Am I too high or too low now?
You were starting to fade away at the end of some of your statements.
Great, thank you. So the next slide is our best effort to articulate the values that this city has always stood for, which are part of the values that the council adopted in the budget process, the framework priorities that the council adopted in the budget process, the framework that underlies the government that's been built in this city over the last 30 years to serve the residents and to build a strong and prosperous economy. So this is your staff's suggestions about what the principles might be for balancing the budget going forward. I will not read them because you all can read them faster than I can. They are subject to your fine-tuning, your addition, or your underscoring and emphasizing, or your clarification, because we're asking you tonight to give us direction, to come back with a plan for closing the $72 million gap today with one-time resources and reserves and capital projects and savings, and then to have a sustainable foundation upon which we can rebuild the sustainability and the resilience of not only our community but the city organization. And this is our suggestion about some of the principles that can underlie making that plan work. We also are modifying our staff recommendation tonight because of the magnitude of the emergency. We have felt a sense of urgency. And so we were trying to move as quickly as possible toward intelligent and compassionate decisions. But as we look at the landscape and the dynamism of what's happening, we'd like to take an extra week to go to May the 5th to bring you a plan. By the way, that plan will not be an adopted budget. That will not be the end of the discussion. But that plan will give us a framework to take steps that will be required to get us to an adopted budget, to get us to a sustainable level of government operations that responds to the public health emergency, which is not yet over, and which we are every day dealing with, even as we continue to run our essential services and look toward economic and social recovery in the future. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer, our Director of Finance, Gigi Decavalis Hughes, to go through the numbers behind that $72 million number for this year, that $154 million projection for next year, and that $72 million projection for the following year of the shortfall. Again, just in our general fund. That does not count the impacts on our water fund, our Big Blue Bus fund as well. Gigi?
Thank you, Rick. Good evening, council members. As Rick mentioned, we have updated our forecast for the general fund as well as for our other enterprise funds. I will just go through some of the assumptions. Rick all mentioned several of them, so I'll go through this pretty quickly. The most important thing is that we are, at this point, well, not the most important, but the first thing is that we are anticipating, at this point, I would call it a worst case, but of course nobody quite knows what a worst case is. But we did take this very seriously. We're not very optimistic. I think we're at a pretty pragmatic place of where we are. So we have assumed a June 30th closure pretty much through June 30th. And even if there's opening of facilities before June 30th, it would take a while for things to ramp back up. In terms of our tax base, which is a very important revenue stream for our general fund, you can see that pretty much all of our tax revenue sources have been impacted and impacted pretty severely in some instances. Our hotel taxes, we're anticipating next year being down about 60% over what we had previously forecast. Our sales tax would be down 30%, assuming the fact that we are seeing very little in parking now and in fees and charges, permits from facility, also revenues from facility closures. Based on the social distancing that might be going on next year, or that will be going on next year, we're anticipating a 50% decrease from what we had budgeted. When we get to our utility user taxes, what I have here as UUT, we are seeing some impacts right now, of course, due to business closures, and also due to the fact that we have suspended our late fee penalties, or due to the fact that we want to make sure that we're not adding additional hardship to our community. So that would suggest that we are going to see payments on bills later than we would have anticipated. There are certain tax areas, such as our business license tax and our property tax, that we wouldn't see changes right now. We would expect those tax sources to have an impact next year and for a longer period of time. The reason for this is that the revenue projections that we have for next year are based on the year before. And so as we start putting in the information from this year and going into next year, you can imagine that that's when that will impact the projections longer out. And also property taxes due to potential assessment appeals and reassessments. Depending on the economy, that might take a little bit longer for us to pull out of. Of course, everyone is aware that Wall Street is experiencing very heavy losses. So as the market and as our PERS portfolio is taking losses, that is going to mean that there's going to be an increase in our PERS contributions over time. And as Rick mentioned, the bond market right now is very much in flux. We're hoping that it'll stabilize, but we're not expecting anything to happen very soon. So those are the big revenue sources in the general fund. We're also seeing big changes in our other funds. For example, the Big Blue Bus Fund, is experiencing severe revenue decreases, not just because ridership is down, because people are staying home, but also because we have stopped taking fares at this point to make sure that our motor coach operators are safe by having people walk in through the side door or the back door. And in other funds, like our beach fund, our water, we are seeing, and our R3 fund, we're seeing decreases in revenue due, of course, to business closures, and the beach fund, loss of visitors. The beach fund really relies on parking revenue. So, of course, that is an impact as well. Katie, if you can change the slide.
I did. There's a lag time.
So, as this is, you saw this in one of the earlier slides. So, what all of those assumptions about revenues end up meaning for the general fund are a $72 million shortfall this fiscal year. That increases to a $154 million shortfall next year, as we're anticipating all those decreases to kind of settle in. And then we are hoping for and anticipating a slight return back. I'm not going to say to normalcy, because I don't think that we're going to ever return to what we had in January of this year. Not in the same, we may be looking at a different economy. We may be looking at a lot of different restrictions, so that we can't really expect that everything is going to go back to normal. So over time, over the next 2 years, the way we're kind of taking a look at this, because it is such a compressed time frame between, we're in April right now, and so we have a few months left to this fiscal year, and then we've got the next 12 months. So we're looking at it as a $226 million problem that we've got between the 2 years, the 72 plus 154 million. We have scoured our fund balance, all of our CIPs, our capital projects, to find one-time resources. First of all, one of the reasons why we have uncertainty funds and reserves, but it's also because when we have such a short time period to come up with potentially $72 million, obviously we're not looking at big ongoing restructuring pieces for the next couple weeks. We need to access our one-time funds pretty quickly. So we have been able to identify $106 million in one-time funds, and what remains is approximately $120 million that we are looking at potential operational restructuring that would be matching the new reality that we're going to be in with social distancing and restrictions. And also we're looking at potential other sources. Katie, if you can move to the next slide. On this slide, I show, again, breaking it out, the $106 million in one-time funds. So to the right, you see a pie chart that breaks out the 3 different categories of funds. In the green, you see capital projects, and it's pretty much broken out in thirds. About 38% of the one-time funds. This year's capital projects, we looked at all our current capital projects and were able to cancel, delay, or reduce about $25.4 million. Next year, usually the general fund has about $21 million in capital project funds set aside, so that we can do a lot of it is going for infrastructure improvement, replacing our technology, replacing our fleet, and making sure that our facilities are in good shape. We are decreasing that amount by 75%. This is pretty drastic. We're going to be doing the very, very critical projects next year. It means that some of our replacements will not occur, that we will take a break in some areas in terms of making sure that our equipment is updated. We also have about 32% coming from our reserves, and this is where we have a variety of reserves that we're looking at. First of all, our Economic Uncertainty Fund of $9.7 million. This fund, this is what this money was set aside for, is situations such as this. We also have rainy day funds. We set aside 15% of our ongoing operating revenue, budget as contingency funds. We propose to take that down from 15% to 10%. So that difference there is $18 million. Now we need to maintain a reserve level, an adequate reserve level, in order to be able to continue to pay our bills and to make payroll if we have any continued shortages. And also we have, I have looked through our fund balance and have identified $6.5 million in other reserves that we will probably need to pay back in the future. They are set-asides that we have that have to do with county funds and things like that. So those are that's money that needs to be paid back to the general fund. And finally, we have what I'm calling recall. We are recalling funds that were transferred to other funds, such as the water fund or our affordable housing set-aside. These were policy decisions that were made. About $31 million, $24 million is settlement funds from our Gillette Boeing settlement that was transferred to the water fund. We had transferred about $64 million about 18 months ago to the water fund. This $24 million would be funds that were not meant for immediate remediation, either capital or operating. And also we have funds that came out of our revenue measure, our Measure GS sales tax measure from a couple of years ago. We had an advisory measure that went along with that, asking that half of that money go to affordable housing, and that's what that is. So the other piece of this is the ongoing, well, let me back up. If you look at the bar chart in this slide, we have this fiscal year and next fiscal year, and I want to show that the entirety of the bar chart is what our expenditures are. What is?
Then just for a second here, I'm sorry to do this, but it's 5:33, and if people are tuning in right now for the 5:30 meeting, it will start immediately after this special meeting, but we're still in the middle of item 8 on the special agenda for the 5 o'clock meeting, so we'll get to the 5:30 agenda. Sorry, Judy, just wanted to let people know.
No problem, thank you. I just wanted to note that in these bar charts, what is green is our projected revenues, our new projected revenues. The entirety of the bar chart is what was the budgeted expenditures. So you can see that we have a gap in the yellow and the blue. We have been able to fill the yellow part of the gap with one-time funds, the ones I just talked about in the previous slide. The blue, where we are looking to see what we can do. We have, as Rick mentioned, we have looked to find savings this year, and that's that small blue sliver on the first chart, on the first bar, but you can see that it becomes much bigger in the second year, where we're not relying on, we don't have the one-time funds anymore. We have exhausted as much as we could of our one-time funds. So what can we do to make up for that much bigger gap in 2021? We are looking at federal and state funding. We are following all the stimulus packages that are coming through. We are working with our lobbyists and making sure that we're on top of what's going on there in terms of accessing federal funds. Potentially, again, through federal funding and state funding, we could see we're seeing some very small windows opening for potential capital project bonding. But again, everything is very, very much on the horizon now. And we don't know how long, either for the capital project bonding or for the federal and state funding, how long it will be before we actually could see any of that funding, if it actually does come our way. Some people may say that we can be taking a look at selling our facilities or our buildings. This is not really a seller's market at this point, as everyone can imagine. Another option is to go down in our reserves. I think I mentioned earlier that we need to maintain a certain level of reserves to keep us safe. We are looking at expense savings from pay and benefit reductions that are going to be negotiated over time. And I believe that is my last slide.
I believe Rick wanted to pop in and make a couple of comments here. Rick, are you on mute?
Yeah, thank you. So, have been talking about, and numbers
You have to come closer.
Yeah, numbers are critical to the financial stewardship values of our city, and they're the foundation of the ability to deliver a high quality and large scope of services to our community that we've been doing over many. But I want to be clear to the council and to the workforce and to the community that that's not all we're thinking about. We're of course thinking about the vulnerable senior who's wondering, after all this is over, when I call 911 for police or fire assistance, will I have to wait longer? We're of course thinking about the low-income worker who's wondering if the big blue bus is going to run as frequently as it does so they can get to work. And we're thinking about the single mom who's worried about whether their closest library is going to be open in the evenings for their kids to study for school. And of course we're thinking about our beach maintenance workers and our public works engineers, our recreation workers, we're wondering, am I going to have a job? And we're thinking about the businesses who are wondering if they're going to be able to reopen and rehire the staff that they've laid off because they've had to close by government order. And we're also thinking about all kinds of well-intentioned and fervent believers in our community in the values of environmental sustainability and alternative mobility and well-being. We're thinking about the human impacts of these numbers and our budget and our services. And that's why we're recommending tonight as a first step or as a next step, because we've already, as Gigi said, taken a number of steps to draw down on our reserves, to cancel capital projects, to restructure contracts, to take pay cuts. The next step, the most intelligent, the most compassionate, the most urgent step is to offer a voluntary early separation incentive program, recognizing that these changes to our workforce, of the way in which we do business because of the public health orders, and the absolutely catastrophic declines in revenues that are hitting our city government, that we're going to need for the foreseeable future to operate with a smaller workforce. And the best way to do that is to see whether folks are willing to take voluntary separation. So that's the recommendation we're bringing you tonight. And to make to give you the details on that, I'm going to turn it over to our Human Resources Director, our Chief People Officer, Lori Gentles, and Cheryl Weisky, who works on labor relations. Lori?
Thank you, Rick, and good evening, Mayor and members of the Council. So the Voluntary Early Separation Incentive Program is exactly what it sounds like. It's an opportunity for employees to voluntarily elect to separate from the organization. It's a tool that the city can use as a mitigation effort to help restructure government operations while having the least impact on current staff. Katie, you can go to the next slide.
I did.
Okay. Not there yet.
Can you give me a little heads up ahead of time? I can switch it next time.
Okay, great. So I want to talk about the eligibility criteria. These are two broad criteria for eligibility. One is that you have to be a permanent employee of the City of Santa Monica, and part-time employees can also be eligible for this, but any type of a payout would be prorated based upon their budgeted position. You also need to be in a classification that is deemed by the city manager to be essential to the city's fundamental and foundational services or the city's emergency response. So we are looking at a number of different classifications that would be included and or excluded based upon this criteria. And Katie, you can go on to the next slide. Sorry, I didn't give you a head start. So the incentive that is offered is basically two different tiers of incentive. The first one is for Tier 1 employees, and you could see on the slide the retirement formula that these folks would fall under. But it's for people in Tier 1 with 10 years of City of Santa Monica service. The incentive that we're proposing would be offered would be a $10,000 cash payout, and 18 months of city-paid medical benefit, and an HMO plan for employee only. The second tier covers both Tier 1 and Tier 2 CalPERS employees who have a minimum of 5 years of service with the city, and that payout would be $5,000 and 18 months of city-paid medical coverage, again, with the same notation that it's an HMO employee. You can go to the next slide, Katie. So the process, yep, it's here, thank you. The process is that no later than this Friday, April 17th, we would, if we get authorization from council, we plan to formally notify employees of the VSIP program and provide a separation agreement as well as a general release and waiver. They will have a 2-week process, a 2-week time frame to make a decision or to evaluate whether or not they would like to elect to voluntarily take the program. And by April 29th, staff who wish to participate in the program will notify HR and provide us with their signed agreement. May 9th would be the last day of employment with the City of Santa Monica. And all of the specific details would be outlined in the application and the materials that they receive once they are notified. There is a financial impact with implementing a program of this nature, but the cost will depend on how many city employees actually avail themselves of VSIP. So there's no way to really figure that out. However, we did take a look at what could happen or what might happen and have put $1.8 million for general fund staff members aside as a potential cost. Other funds would need to cover the amounts necessary for VSIP, whose salaries are paid outside of the general fund. And so, Rick, I don't know if you wanted to go through this last slide in terms of our what we're seeking. You've said it a couple of times tonight.
I think the recommendation now speaks for itself, and we appreciate council and those on the lines patience while we went into some detail. Ordinarily, we do not go into this level of detail for an agenda item, but given the nature of this meeting and given the urgency and importance of this item, we want to give you greater background than usual. So thank you for your patience, and we want to make this recommendation, turn it over to you for questions as you typically do. Then at the completion of your questions, the mayor can entertain the written comments for the meeting, and then we'll be available as you debate our recommendation going forward.
Well, thank you, Rick and Gigi and Lori. And before we go to the public comments, let's see if indeed the council members have questions. And I'm looking at the chat window right now to see if anybody lights up my screen. And none of you appear to be doing that, but I'm going to give you a moment because I know you probably weren't quite ready to do it. If anybody's trying to chat me and it's not working, any council member, you speak up, just unmute your own microphone and let me know you want to speak, because I don't see any requests or questions at this point.
Sorry, I sent you two. Sorry. I sent one.
Well, then we got a problem, because they're not showing up here on the screen. Sue, you seem to be jumping in first. Why don't you ask your questions, if you will?
I have one question, and that is, how did we choose the $5,000 and $10,000 numbers? And isn't it typical? Maybe it's two questions. Isn't it typical to base this kind of voluntary separation on salary and not on a flat number?
Let me begin and then turn it over to Gigi and to Lori to expand, because I think it's a critical question. There's no standard program and no standard level, and we're dealing in unprecedented times. And so we tried to balance what would be attractive to folks who would know that they would have the security of medical benefits for the next 18 months and some cash upfront, as well as potentially take advantage of the city's retirement program if they're eligible and they wish to do so, as well as perhaps move to a different state, or there's any number of directions that someone taking separation might want to avail themselves. And then to balance that against the fact that what we're trying to do is save money, and so you have to be careful about how generous the package is, and recognizing as well the public perception about public sector pay packages. There's both reality and perception of fairness there that we took into account. So with that, I'll ask Gigi and Lori to explain more directly how we got to the Tier 1, Tier 2, 10,000, 5,000, and the 18-month HMO formula for medical benefits.
Rick, I think I can address some of this. This is Lori. So what you said was absolutely correct. There is no one design structure for a program of this nature. You can design it in numerous ways, and given more time, you can look at different options. But we know, and we've heard from just our general employee-based population, that medical benefits is a big deal. And so that was one of the things that we did listen to and try to incorporate that into the plan by the 18 months. One of the things that we did look at is so in the future, we don't know what our medical benefit rates are going to be, so we could not really commit to further or to beyond 18 months because we have no idea what the rates are going to be, and they could increase significantly. And so that would not be prudent on the city's part. In terms of the tiers, we thought it made sense to look at retirement tiers. And because the retirement tiers were implemented at different times, there's different groups of people within those tiers with different benefit rates. And so we thought that we'd try to accommodate what people would be getting if they stayed with the city, as well as what they would be incentivized to take on a voluntary basis if they left. So we played around with different numbers and settled on a number that we thought would be an incentive along with the medical benefits, but also would not be publicly criticized in terms of the amount that was granted.
If that's the end of the answers, Councilor Bahara is next.
I have a couple of questions, actually. One maybe to Gigi. Have we received any federal funding for coronavirus yet? And how much is that? I didn't really see that in your presentation, so was just wondering if you could just tell us about that.
So, no, we have not received any. Sorry.
Go right ahead.
Sure. We have not received any federal funding at this time. There is funding that through the CARES bill, the CARES Act, that is slated for cities that are over $500,000 that would be able, those cities would be able to go and apply directly for those funds. We are not up, did I say $500,000? I meant 500,000 population.
Okay.
And so we obviously do not qualify for that. There is money that's going through the state for smaller cities, but that is still very, very much in the air, how that's going to work. We haven't heard anything from the state about how they would process that and exactly who would get what, but absolutely not. We have not received any money right now from the federal government, and don't expect to receive anything in the very near future.
Thank you about that. And then I'm going to follow up a little bit on Councilmember Hemorrhage's question in regards to pension benefits. Our staff just took a huge hit with their pension benefits. So what would be an incentive for them to actually take on this suggestion of an voluntary early retirement?
So the civilians in our workforce who, through negotiations, agreed to the end of employee medical or employee paid member contributions. Because pensions are based upon the highest and best year, if someone retired today, they would receive zero loss of benefits if they retired during this period. because it's based on their highest and best year, which is this year. So it's only in the future that benefits phase out, and so there's actually no hit to someone who retires this year.
So we are only talking about people that were hired recently? Just want to make it clear to myself. Sorry about that.
Sure. No. These are all the people that had this benefit, were people that have been hired many, many years ago. They had to have been hired. They're the ones who've given up this employer-paid membership contribution. However, because the pension that they receive is based upon their highest and best year, this is their highest and best year. It does not go up next year as it would have gone up under the old program. It stays the same. It never goes down. It simply doesn't go up anymore. So therefore, there's no disincentive based upon the coalition agreement to retirement this year. There's zero disincentive.
Zero disincentives, with the exception of that, if they qualified in the past to retire, now they have to wait a little bit longer in order for them to do so, so that way they can have the same benefits. I'm sorry, Rick, I just want to make sure that we're clear on.
No, if they retire the day before EPMC goes away or the day after, their retirement is exactly the same. It's that a year from now, when their salary might have gone up, their benefits would have gone up a year from now. And that will no longer be the case for that portion of their pensions. The other portions of their pension will go up, but that portion, first of all, that was phased out with police, then with fire, and now with our civilians. But for the first year, there's no diminution of benefits.
Okay. Thank you, Rick.
Councilmember Davis, you're next.
Actually, I think my questions have been answered. Thanks.
Okay, now this is a question period for council members only, and I'm getting some people in the queue who are not on the city council here, so that's a little confusing. I think that is it for council members who have asked to speak.
I got a question, Kevin.
Okay. You're on.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for putting these reports together. It's helpful to see it visually. Let me ask you a question on the VESIP. It's 2.7% at 55, at the age of 55. What if someone is 51? Do they still access their pension benefits?
I believe that you can begin to access your pension benefits at age 50, but they're reduced from the 2.7. It's a lower formula if you retire earlier. I'd ask Lori to confirm that understanding.
That is correct. You can, if you have, if you've met the CalPERS vesting retirement and you're age 50, you can retire. It's just a lower percentage, the lower amount. And I do want to make a point that this program is not a retirement program. It's a separation program. It means that some people who will take advantage of the program may just take the incentive and go on and do whatever they're going to do, something else. And some people may take the incentive and actually decide to retire. So you want to make that distinction. It is not specifically a retirement program.
And so just by way of process, do you envision someone who is 50 years old coming to your office or Zooming and saying, all right, I'm 50 years old. What does it look like for me to receive pension benefits today? And will you run those calculations with them? And will they have that one-on-one service calculation?
We do provide, although we are not CalPERS retirement experts, we try to help them walk through the system as CalPERS has set it up to do some of the calculations. But some employees have reciprocity from different agencies, so we really do not try to run the full calculations for employees because we just don't have that expertise, and we don't know where the employee has migrated from in terms of other PERS agencies or reciprocal agencies. But yes, we do provide assistance and guidance.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then my other questions are for Gigi. In regards to the recall funds, it sounds like those are funds transferred to other from the general fund to other funds. Is that right?
That's correct. What we call the Gillette Boeing funds, the $24 million was transferred to the water fund, and the Measure GS funds had been transferred to what we call our special revenue fund, which is a fund where we kind of restrict funds for special uses based on any agreements, developer agreements, things like that. That's where those funds go.
Got it. And so it's really only those two funds that you're affecting there?
Yes.
Okay. And by recalling those transfers, is there any deficiency in operation for those two funds?
No deficiency in operation. There is a repurposing of funds as we're looking at the world, as we're going to be seeing it over the next few years. Again, we're talking about things will be changing. So yes, there will be shifts in those funds to make up for the fact that whether they would have needed these funds, I can't say at this point, because there's a capacity issue as well in terms of what can be done, what is necessary to be done. Not so much a budget issue, but just an operational issue in the post-COVID world.
Got it. Okay, understood. And in the bar chart where you had the green, the yellow, and the blue is the ongoing other funds. What are the ongoing other funds?
This is where we are looking at, for example, in this fiscal year, that small sliver was the as needed, the fact that we are going to see some savings from cutting back the hours on as needed employees or stopping the hours for as needed employees. So it's those types of operational things. It also includes the fact that we've taken a look at all of our contracts this year and into next year and have determined that we will be, I want to say we'll be able to, but it's really because of the changed conditions, we don't need to spend the same amount of money on contracts because, again, our reality has changed. So it's a change in capacity, a change in what is necessary to actually provide the services. So we've pulled back, and for that reason, we have savings in those areas.
Got it. And so when the blue bar on fiscal year 2021 gets really big, I get the as needed. Are those blue the suggested budget reductions for staff, or is that more than just recall of contracts? Looks significant. I can't see the number exactly,
Yeah.
but big change.
Katie?
That's what's needed to balance the budget. And whether we get that from reduced workforce, whether we get that from reduced contracts and supplies, whether we get that from the other sources, including federal funding, that's the gap. And again, I want to emphasize there are two dimensions to this, at least two. This is more like a Rubik's Cube than it is like a tic-tac-toe. not only do we have to balance the budget by law, but the way we deliver services is going to change. It has changed now. Our libraries are not open. We've shifted more of our library services online. We hope to reopen our libraries sooner rather than later, but will they be open on the same days and the same hours and the same configuration? Will we have to stagger the seating for our computer lab because they'll all have to be 6 feet apart? These are the kind of things that also come into play. We're not just balancing the budget. We've got to figure out how we continue to respond to an ongoing public health emergency that may last 12, 18 months or longer until a vaccine is widely available and administered in our country. We will have changes in consumer behavior. We will have areas where we have greater need, and we'll have areas where we have lesser need. So that's all of the dimensions that go into figuring out not just, closing a financial gap. It's figuring out within our budget how to deliver the services that are essential to respond to the public health emergency, to safeguard public health and safety, and to help the community get back on its feet.
I appreciate that. Just one more question. If we protracted this out to 21, 22, where you had the forecast of 72 negative, 154 negative, and 72 negative, do we have the option to reduce our capital projects by that big green portion of the bar for 21, 22?
Rick, would you like me to take this? So I would say that we are treating the decrease in capital projects more as a one-time decrease. We are making some, as I said, very drastic cuts, and we want to make sure that we are maintaining our infrastructure. We need to maintain our facilities. We need to make sure that we have updated technology. As we update our technology, of course, that means it increases the security of our information that is going around. So I would say that we would not be able to take the same measures in 21, 22 that we would take in 2021 for capital projects. Maybe a little bit less, potentially, but not to that drastic level.
And let me give you a specific example of why that's the case. So prior to the emergency, we were embarked upon the first modernization, comprehensive modernization of our city yards, which is where our trash trucks operate, our street sweepers operate, our water crews that maintain our water to the homes and businesses, as well as the wastewater. All of the public works core functions that keep our streetlights on and repair our sidewalks. We were embarked upon a modernization program there. We have dramatically scaled that back. It's under construction now, so we're going to complete the replacement of our fleet building, which is 50 years old and not designed for today's electronic vehicles, not just electric power, but the whole way in which they're powered. We're going to complete that because it's under construction now. But we're not going to build anything else for the foreseeable future. We're halting that. That's a big saving. But you can't do that next year, right? We're going to take that money now that we were otherwise going to spend to complete that modernization program. We're instead going to use it to fill the budget hole this year. But we didn't have a big project for next year. So we can't reduce the big savings are happening right now by canceling, deferring, or scaling down our major capital projects. And then we're just not going to be embarking upon major capital projects until our economy has recovered.
Got it. Thank you.
At this point, it's almost 10 minutes after 6 o'clock, and people may be tuning in expecting us to be in the middle of our scheduled 5:30 regular meeting. Instead, we are still discussing item 8A, from a special city council meeting that was scheduled at 5 o'clock, which we were obviously a little bit optimistic and thinking we'd be done in 30 minutes on this item. Before we go to the public, it looks as if all the members of the council have asked questions, but I have one. I noted in the oral presentation tonight, it was said that the plan for what we might do will come back to us not on April 28th as suggested in the issued and posted agenda, but rather on May 5th to give more time for consultation, consideration, etc. But today, I and other council members have been busily answering about 200 emails from people who thought there was already a plan and actually quoted some specifics. So does this mean that the plan that was supposedly being circulated really wasn't the plan and that we are reconsidering everything for a May 5th plan and anything people have seen up to now should be effectively disregarded?
Well, what people have seen up to now, Mayor and council members, are rumors and suppositions and people who've said, you know, I've seen this document or I've been told this. What we have done because of the magnitude of the emergency is to understand, in a worst case scenario, what it would take to put our city onto a path that would allow us to continue to provide essential services in a public health emergency and live within our means. And those are drastic impacts across the board. So we have done an assessment of what that looks like. That is not a plan. We are not proposing that plan. It is not before you tonight. We are recommending that you instruct us to bring back a plan after we have seen how many people will take the voluntary employee separation incentive plan. And then that will help us inform the recommendations that we will make to you. By the way, by the nature of things, that will not be a final plan because we no longer live in a world in which we can plan 2 years ahead. As Councilmember Hara mentioned, there is a possibility of either state or federal aid, but it's at the moment a possibility. Aside from reimbursement for our direct expenses through the Federal Emergency Management Administration, which we are meticulously keeping records for so that we can get that reimbursement, recognizing that they are going to be flooded with applications from all over the country, and it may take us a while to actually see that check. That is the only thing we know we're going to get from any other level of government to aid us. We hope that from the money the state gets, that they will take a portion of that money and give it to the local communities that have been impacted. But that's up to state government, not up to us. They may decide that their problems are so great, they're going to keep 100% of it. We know that our congressman has introduced or is a co-sponsor of a bill for the federal government to give aid directly to cities under $500,000. But we know that that is a Democratic bill in a Democratic House with a Republican Senate and a Republican president, and a Republican leader of the Senate who has blocked that in the second version of the CARES. So we may get some federal dollars, we may get some state dollars. It may be months before we know whether we get it and how much. So that's why we've done a lot of looking at what it would take to live within our means, and people are understandably anxious about what that would mean because the magnitude is huge. But we have not prepared a plan to submit to the council. We are asking for your authority to do so.
Along with other mayors from around the country, I've been carefully tracking the possibility of that federal compensation that goes beyond the hard COVID-19 expenses, which we know we will get money for. And I have to let everybody know, even the best bill out there right now would not yield for the city of Santa Monica anything close to what it would take to make up the kinds of deficits that we're looking at in our revenue here in Santa Monica. At this point, we've had all the questions from the council, and so we'd like to go to public input. And if the city clerk would explain how we're going to do that, and then we'll proceed.
Yes, Mayor and Council, we have received a lot of comments. Unfortunately, due to technical issues, we weren't able to upload those comments prior to the meeting, so my assistant city clerk is going to read them. We will have the 2-minute limit, and so I'll go ahead and turn it over to Nikki.
And I apologize in advance for butchering anyone's name. First, Tara Barascas, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Honorable Mayor and Council members, Community Corps is writing to express its support to maintain the city's Office of Sustainability and the Environment. While we understand that times are dire and severe budget shortfalls are looming, Community Corps feels that cutting back or eliminating the OSC will have multiple long-term negative impacts. From our perspective, these are the benefits that OSC has given Community Corps and its residents. Numerous Community Corps residents have participated in the Climate Corps program, cultivating invaluable leadership, public speaking, and community building skills. Many Community Corps children participate annually in the Sustainability Poster Contest, fostering artistic inclinations and expressing positive messaging and inspiration about climate leadership. Community Corps buildings have benefited from many of the rebate programs the city has offered: water saving fixture programs, turf replacement programs, EV charging station programs, and composting. All these programs have long-term benefits to our residents and the environment. We are now composting at over 15 buildings, have switched all toilets, over 2,000 to low-flow fixtures, and are saving well over 500,000 gallons of water annually. We have been a long-standing partner with the city to achieve its climate goals via the built environment and instilling both knowledge and leadership of climate issues within our resident community. We commend the city on its leadership and inspiration to other cities to take ownership and meaningful action to address the global climate crisis. Lower-income households benefit from sustainability efforts such as the REACH code by having healthier, cleaner environments within which to live and raise families. Affordable housing should continue to foster healthy living as a way to provide better quality of life and well-being for our residents. We appreciate your consideration of these points and for continuing the city's excellent leadership in the area of climate change and sustainability. Respectfully, Tara Barascas. This is from Andy Liverman. Please don't cut the Office of Sustainability. Santa Monica needs to stay at the forefront of environmental action, not behind, as cuts will surely place it. In a time of crisis like this, the city should be making the Office of Sustainability a priority, not cutting it. Next comment from Liliana Prina. Please safeguard sustainability and the environment and sustainable works programs. For more than 25 years, such group worked endlessly to improve city, home, and human life in relation to the environment. Today, even more than yesterday, these programs are a necessity to stay healthy. We do not allow our enemies to influence poor decision making. Others must not control how we should live our lives. Together, we will survive such difficult times. I have faith in God and family to lead your decision making toward the best possible outcome. Sincerely, Liliana Prina. The next comment is from Cancilla Warren. Dear Santa Monica City Council, I'm shocked and devastated that you're considering chopping down the Office of Sustainability and the Environment and Sustainable Works programs. This would be the worst time to do it. As a matter of fact, any time would be a bad time. Consider the following. The city of Santa Monica has been a sustainability leader for more than 25 years. Stepping backwards can be only detrimental to the city sustainability and the fight against climate change. Example of bad costing cutting. After going through a pandemic simulation during the transition to this administration, President Trump proceeded to eliminate the CDC's pandemic team, then replaced the head of the CDC, then cut its budget 2 years running. This year, he ignored the pandemic for 3 months and refused to take leadership when he did declare it a national emergency. He is presently undermining states' abilities to fight COVID-19, and he has refused to cooperate with other countries. The U.S. alone is topping 25,000 deaths. Had we left all those parts in place, there would have been a worldwide coordinated effort as there was with Ebola, which ended very quickly with no deaths in America. Santa Monica cannot quit sustainability now by hamstringing these programs. Too frequently, politicians are more concerned with cutting costs than the long-term outcomes of those cost cuts. Below you will find the full list of what you plan on cutting. I'm not listing it here because you should already know all of them. Example of continued bad cost cutting. Ex-superintendent of Santa Monica College, Kedad Robertson, cut the automobile program despite written promises to pay for the program from the Santa Monica bus lines, automobile companies, and the auto repair industry. Prior to cutting, every mechanic shop in Los Angeles and most shops in Southern California had at least one SMC graduate. She destroyed a great program because she didn't like vocational programs, even though it fed the economy, kept Angelenos employed, and made SMC a more viable choice for higher education. We are presently suffering a loss for the student population, which wouldn't be as bad if we maintained the vocational programs. Same for the fire protection program. Our graduates were always hired first. It's imperative that the city of Santa Monica continue moving forward towards a sustainable future rather than becoming one of those washed out cities that people no longer want to visit. The sustainability program is tied to educational programs from Santa Monica College to USC, UCLA, and Loyola Marymount, and plenty of other schools. Either you are unaware of how your city benefits from these connections or you just don't care. But those are not connections worth cutting. Along with those connections, Santa Monica's leadership in the arena of sustainability extends far beyond this little section of California. You don't want to eliminate its usefulness as a way of connecting with other cities, counties, etc. Santa Monica is already dumping the airport. You are aware that the Santa Monica Pier and the surrounding beaches are tourist attractions, but you seem oblivious that the Santa Monica Airport is a rich person attraction. I can't imagine a reason to tell rich people not to come to my city, but that's your choice. Obviously, the city has had that time up.
Yes.
Okay.
Just if I can interrupt just for a moment, I recall it was said that we would be limiting each comment to 2 minutes, but usually it's announced how many comments we have, how many requests to speak. Can you give me some idea of how many you have?
Oh, probably about 100.
And are all of these people present?
That we do not know, because there's only 143 attendees at this point, and some of those are us.
Well, I want to question the process that the city clerk and the city attorney. We normally restrain comments during the meeting to people who are present. I could see that in this case being people who are currently attendees online, but it appears what we have is a backlog of emails that were received over the last 48 hours. Is that what's being read right now?
Correct.
That is correct. Yes.
And may I ask the city clerk, are you able to distinguish? Could we start with the ones of the people who are present, if you're able to distinguish between those?
I don't think there's really any way for us to do that.
Nikki, is there a way to distinguish ones that came in after the start of the meeting?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, so
Nikki,
then I
if you
think
could begin by reading those, I think that would be helpful, and we can take a look at the others in the meantime.
Okay.
And I can assure people
Thank
I've
you.
seen many of the emails that have been read, I have seen and have responded to today. So it's not like they didn't get to the council. I think we're just whether it's appropriate for them to be read as if they were the testimony of people who were here during the meeting. That's all.
Yeah, but we've gotten dozens of emails during the meeting. There's no way to know if we're getting them from people who want to be at the meeting as opposed to just having us read their emails. Because I keep getting bings, and I'm literally looking at my inbox. There's probably 35 to 40 emails that have come in just since the meeting began.
Many of them are form letters.
So what I can do is there were comments that were in the process of being uploaded before the meeting, but unfortunately we ran into technical issues. We can still make those as part of the record, and I can simply just read the ones that came in after we started the download, if that's okay with everyone.
After we started the what?
After we started the process of uploading the ad-tos.
So
How many emails is that?
Like 8.
Yes, Nikki, I think that makes sense. If you could read the ones that came in during the meeting, I think that would be helpful here, and perhaps that will give me a moment to look at whether we really need to read the ones that came in prior to the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the first one is from Samya Mungel. Hello, I hope all is well. I just wanted to voice my concerns of city-led unemployment. I hope the city will do its part to save jobs internally. Thanks. The next one is from Melissa Zelenovic. Dear City Council members, when making your budget cuts tonight, please consider the needs of our local youth. Please do not close Powell Crest, libraries, swim center, Virginia Park. These places are the heart of our city and some of the only places that low-income families can take their children for care, lessons, and fun. Our children are suffering enough with closure of schools and canceling important activities. Please don't take anything else away from them. Sincerely, Melissa Zelenovic. The next letter is from Laura Lee Ash. As a 43-year resident, 29-year retired city employee, and former labor leader, I am asking for you to be very deliberate and creative in choosing solutions to the predicted budget shortfall. Obviously, the long-term threat to our city's budget by the COVID virus is more extensive and will certainly last longer than the 1994 earthquake or the 2008 recession. That being said, we are a community that values all people with varied needs. We are a community that cares about the disenfranchised. I urge you to listen to a wide variety of suggestions and of how to get through this time in a fiscally responsible but humane way. We have over 2,000 employees who have worked hard to serve this community by creating income, providing programs, sweeping streets, caring for children while their parents work, and protecting our public safety, to name a few. All of our city's employees should be treated like valued family members. This is a time to creatively reassign employees where they can be most useful and still put bread on their table. Can we start by asking all of our other family members from the city manager down to take temporary pay cuts and/or furlough days to keep everyone possible working? This is an unprecedented time to our world's history. Please ask yourself, does the city of Santa Monica and all we stand for as a trailblazing city want to be a part of the destruction caused by the virus or part of the solution? Respectfully, Laura Lee Ash. Next comment from Ellis Raskin. Thank you, Mayor McHugh and the members of the City Council. First, I hope you and your families are staying safe and healthy. And second, I want to thank you for your leadership during these unprecedented times. I outlined these points in an email that I sent shortly before noon today. I understand that today marks the beginning of a process where we will need to critically reevaluate city operations and make some very difficult decisions. However, after speaking with city staff, it sounds like this process has already begun. For example, I understand that the Public Works Department was instructed to create an operational plan by today that would cut operating expenses by 40%. For one thing, that seems to be several steps ahead of the broader policy directions that the Council will be outlining tonight, and also several steps ahead of the more focused direction that will apparently be developed at the upcoming April 28th City Council meeting. I trust that the City Manager's Office and the Finance Department will be working collaboratively with impacted city agencies, their staff, and public stakeholders over the coming weeks to develop proposals through an open and transparent process. I know that many city staff are apprehensive of the impending operational changes, and I certainly think that we owe it to our longtime staff who have dedicated so much to our city to make them equal partners in this process. If the City Council does decide to give direction today, I urge you to add as a priority the preservation of city operations and that are dedicated to the maintenance of public infrastructure, including our shared public ecological resources. Investing in these operations now will save us money in the long run by allowing our cities to remain resilient to climate change and future natural disasters. This can be accomplished by adding the following bullet point on page 7 of the staff report. preserve city operations that are necessary for the maintenance and operations of public infrastructure, including shared ecological resources such as parks, beaches, and the urban forest. Thank you for your consideration. The next one is from Carter Rubin. The Santa Monica Pier Corporation and staff are working diligently to ensure that the pier can be ready to welcome guests back as soon as it is safe to do so. We are requesting support from staff to help us convene a digital board meeting before the next city council meeting so we can discuss our own budget and work in advance of the council's decision on how to close the city budget gap. Thank you for your leadership during these difficult times. The next comment is from John Kirkpatrick. Many Santa Monica families depend on care that Crest provides the children here. You have no rights to deprive the people and children of our great city a much needed support we need to go to work and pay your taxes and your paychecks. And yes, I vote too. Thanks, John. The next comment is from Jasmine Durr. I'm writing today as a parent and resident of Santa Monica to advocate for the city programs that benefit your youth and that might be at risk due to possible budget cuts. We have learned that City Manager Rick Hull will be proposing to the council to cut 500 city positions that will directly impact important youth programs like Crest, PAL, Virginia Avenue programs, libraries, and swim center. It is hard to believe that a city as wealthy as Santa Monica has to make these cuts so abruptly. Once the COVID-19 recession has passed, we will still need these valuable programs to support our youth. As a parent, I ask you to please think of our Santa Monica youth future beyond the current emergency. Thanks for your strong leadership during these challenging times. Stay safe. And the last one is from Mindy Shank. I am writing to request that you keep the children of our city and district at the forefront of making difficult decisions about cutting resources and personnel to balance the city budget during this time of crisis. The programs that support their well-being are utmost importance with the talented individuals who help run these programs. For example, Kevin Martin Yabera, who works with Crest to deliver high-quality athletic coaching and mentoring for our kids, is invaluable. He maintains relationships with students. He coaches long past the time he coaches them at Grand Elementary. My children had incredible experiences learning from him and striving to perform to the best of their abilities because he inspired them. These programs are an integral part of our kids' upbringing and help shape them for years to come. Crest Sports is a meaningful and important part of our kids' physical and emotional well-being. Additionally, the swim center and libraries are also essential places for our kids to recreate and learn in our great city. We need them, especially when we are finally able to return to somewhat normal living, when we can participate in our community again when this virus is under control. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Before we go to the city attorney for an opinion on how we should handle this, I've gotten a couple of messages that there are two people who claim that they are present and submitted a comment as instructed, but whose comments haven't been read yet. And of course, I have no way of verifying that. The city attorney, how do you suggest we proceed here?
Mayor, these obviously are difficult times. They're difficult circumstances, and we're all learning to operate in this new environment. We appreciate the skill with which the city clerk's office has tried to navigate this new environment, and the governor has given us the ability to move forward with written comments. I think the important piece of participation is the people who are present and submitted their written comments during the meeting, which is the ordinary form of written comment. And I apologize, I am in City Hall next to the public safety facility, so we will see there. But I think the important comments have been read. If there is, I would ask the city clerk to post the written comments that we received before the meeting as soon as possible so that council members do have the benefit of those comments. I think beyond that, we should proceed unless there is some way to find the written comments submitted by these two individuals who are present in the meeting and confirm that they are present in the meeting.
Well, to be on the safe side and to be inclusive and make sure that people who have the right to be heard at a public hearing are heard, if there's no objection from the council, there are two left that claim they didn't get read, but that they submitted and or are here at the meeting in the rules that we had set up. Is there any objection to the council to hearing two more pieces of comment? Seeing none, I'd ask the clerk to read the comments from Leah Cornelius and the Santa Monica ATA.
Do you have those?
Mr. Mayor, she did submit written comment, I believe, but I think she submitted it under item 1A. I'm just going to double check that.
So that would be our next meeting, which we haven't begun yet. Which
yes, but I will double check that though.
Let me just make a statement, an announcement. We had scheduled a regular meeting of our council starting at 5:30 tonight. But then it was necessary for us to do a special meeting at 5 o'clock. We're still in that special meeting that started at 5 o'clock. So we are on item 8A of the special meeting that began over an hour and a half ago. So the comments that we may not have read yet may be on item 1 in the next meeting, which was scheduled for 5:30, but will instead begin as soon as we finish with our discussion and action on this one item in the special meeting. That may help clarify why people feel they submitted a comment that wasn't read in this meeting on this item. And if that's the case, then we'll be done with the public comment. Are we able to find out whether those comments
I'm still looking.
regular meeting or for the special meeting?
Mayor, all of the comments will be posted online.
Mayor, I did find the comment for Leah Cornelius. It is under item 8A, so I will read it right now.
Great, thank you.
Leah, Honorable Council, firstly, thank you for taking the time to read comments about this matter. I believe that all stakeholders, residents, visitors, and employees alike understand the gravity of the situation before us as a city. I read the letter that our coalition prepared, and the only thing I would like to add is that Santa Monica is a very special city. It is a beacon of progressive governance that many municipalities look to when shaping their own futures. But it's not just policies and practices and muni codes that make it special. It's the people that dedicate their lives to making the city run, even in the midst of a crisis. These special people have been here for the city, and we need the city to have our backs. These are creative solutions to get past. There are creative solutions to get past this next phase of the COVID-19 crisis, and solutions that can keep Santa Monica positioned as the gold standard of city government. The approach that layoffs are inevitable is not a Santa Monica approach. It's lazy and it's reckless, neither of which I would ever use to describe our wonderful city. Please allow our collective ingenuity as creative problem solvers to drive this next phase to help save the city we all love. Thank you.
Nikki, are you able to find the ATA written comment, which would be the last one, if it's on this agenda item?
I'm getting information that was actually emailed at 3:37 p.m. and then subsequently it was requested that it be added to the 5 o'clock meeting as well. So I'm not sure that was actually originally meant for this meeting. In that it is meant for the next meeting, unless you have it handy to read right at the moment, we may need to move on. Do you have that, ATA?
Yes, I have it.
In the interest of fairness, and again, we want to get on with the opportunity to discuss and resolve the issue, but in the interest of fairness, unless there's objection from the council, I would suggest we allow this to be read into the record. Is there any objection? I don't see any. Okay, so go ahead.
The administrative team associates understands that the city is going through unprecedented times. We know that times are tough and the road ahead will not be easy. This is not the time to ignore the long-standing practices of the city. From the start, ATA has asked HR in writing and verbally to be consulted and involved in layoffs, if layoffs are going to be considered. Some of our members have made specific suggestions that have not been followed up on. Our members have played a major role in creating and sustaining a city that other cities look to as an example of excellence in every facet of municipal service. Our ideas should be heard. Now is not the time to ignore our long-standing established rights and past practice of labor working with management. Recently, you received a letter from the Coalition of Santa Monica City Employees. We urge you to follow that direction. We want to be a part of the solution and are ready to meet with whomever we need to. Thank you. Sincerely, Benjamin M. Steers, ATA President.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Newsom. That'll close the public input for item 8A of the 5 o'clock special meeting of the City Council. We still haven't gotten to the 5:30 meeting that many people may be here for. But item 8A is now before the Council, and we have essentially two issues here. I'll leave it up to the will of the Council if you want to discuss them together or feel it would be better to deal with them separately. Right now, I don't yet have a council member requesting to speak, but now would be the time to try. And I see Councilmember Winterer. You popped to the top for some reason. You wish to speak? If you don't, Councilmember Davis does.
Oh, sorry, I was having trouble finding the unmute button. So I understand the point behind the VSIP and sort of interested to hear what my colleagues think about it. I mean, obviously, I think we need to offer some program like that proactively. It's hard to evaluate whether this is exactly the way to do it without some of the discussions we're going to have in our subsequent closed session. But obviously, in some form, this is an important first step to see if people are willing to separate from the city voluntarily. My comments turn more to the revised principles that the city manager sent around later today and showed on the slide in terms of what is going to guide us as we go through this process. And for the most part, I agree with them. I think in some particular instances, though, I would like to see a little more specificity, and I think it's specificity that would give our constituents maybe a greater sense about what we're really thinking about. Because while these are all important, they're all fairly general. And I'll just throw out the ones I was thinking about. On the first one, which is preserve essential public health and safety functions to deal with the ongoing impacts of the public health emergency, I would just want to make it clear, because what we're seeing internationally is as countries start to come out of the current public health emergency, they find themselves going back into a secondary public health emergency. And in fact, some of the materials I've been reading suggest that there are long-term health effects on communities, even when people have successfully recovered from the COVID-19 virus, that it has a long-term impact on people with asthma. It affects kidney and heart function, that sort of thing. So, and that we do get rebounds after, we open up the city again, and then we have sort of a secondary emergency as more people start to get infected. So on the first one, I would just talk about to deal with both the ongoing and future impacts of the public health emergency, because I think we're going to have a lot of future impacts. On the second point about creating long-term fiscal and community sustainability that aligns available resources with city values, I would add, and in particular, social justice. I think we have a lot of people in this community who the brunt of the COVID-19 emergency is falling on their backs. And I think we need to reassure them that everything we do will be seen through a social justice lens, as opposed strictly through city values is good. And I think we all have roughly the same values, but I think emphasizing social justice in these difficult times is really important. And then on the third bullet about prioritizing efforts that rebuild the economic and social health and resilience of the community and restructure revenue-producing programs to sustainable levels, I would want to include some language, and I don't have it perfected, but something to the effect of prioritize efforts and governmental changes that encourage the rebuilding of the economic fabric of our community and make our community more competitive in the economic marketplace, as well as rebuilding the social health and resilience of the community. I think, unfortunately, for decades now, we've talked about how do we make the pie bigger when we talk about divvying up resources. And there's just no doubt in my mind that after this, the pie is going to get much smaller. And we need to make sure that Santa Monica is economically competitive in the Southern California region for capital dollars that are available, for innovation projects that are available. We need to make sure that when people are trying to figure out where to come on vacation, they choose Santa Monica. What they mean, for example, thinking about what our built environment, but also what our social environment feels like. So, I just don't think that we're going to be able to rest on our laurels of being a really cool place by the beach. And I think we're going to need to make some serious structural changes to our government and our governmental processes so that when people say, I want to spend X number of dollars to build a restaurant, build a hotel, create a business, it's going to create jobs, that instead of saying, well, I'm not going to Santa Monica because it'll take me 18 months to get up off the ground, that they go, I want to go to Santa Monica because they get it. So those are the comments I have about the priorities that have been shared. And now I see the slide is there. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Councilmember Winter, I'm going to try you again. I'm pretty sure you've been asking to speak, but I asked before and you didn't come up. You there? Ed, we cannot hear you. You have your mic on.
Yes, my mic on.
Now we're good.
You hear me? Okay. I was just, to move us along, was going to move the two staff recommendations unless the city attorney or the court felt that we needed to do them separately. And then I agree with Councilmember Davis that we ought to throw some direction into, our aspirations for this excruciatingly painful process. So I will make the motion on the two staff recommendations and then see if there's a second, then add my 2 cents.
Second.
I believe
so. I agree with a lot of what Councilmember Davis says. My thoughts are sort of to distill it down is I think that our priorities should be twofold, and one of which is just to make sure we have the resources to enable as swift as possible an economic recovery. And provide the funding for the tools to do so. And then once you talk about social justice, I am deeply concerned that the economic impacts of this virus will further diminish our already diminishing socioeconomic diversity. So I want to make sure we include the resources for those working families in our city, particularly working families of color. They're the ones to be hit the most. They work in the service industries. So those are the lower paying jobs. They're the ones most dependent upon after school programs, about, all the things we do to, particularly in the 90404 area code, to make sure that we hold on to those people, because if the economics of this crisis force them to leave town, they're never coming back. So I really think that has to be one of our priorities.
I would tend to agree that it's the irreversible things that we need to be most worried about. Some things will come back, other things and other people won't. Councilmember Harley, you are the next one in the queue.
Thank you. I want to thank both Councilmember Davis and Councilmember Winter. I am definitely very, very concerned about the diversity that we are so proud of having here, which may not exist if we don't put a plan into place for recovery that will include already some of the people that already know how to do this, which is people that are in our community, some staff members that have been around making some of these connections. And for long times of time, like over decades, where they have created these connections that we need to figure out a way to include them into the process of recovering. And we must have a recovery plan. We cannot move forward without actually having that and making sure that we include them. So I am really, really thankful. I think that definitely having social justice and equity, even before we had COVID-19, we already had some discrepancies for, and gaps for our community. We need to make sure that it doesn't continue, because they are being the ones that are being hurt the most. They are, if you can see some of our, data out there, most of the Latino population and our African American populations are the ones that are being impacted with COVID-19, and we need to make sure that we are able to take care of that after, and that they will be around, because otherwise, there's a lot that we're going to be losing here in the city of Santa Monica. A lot of the things that we are so proud of, a lot of the things that we have worked so well. In our last well-being process, we invited everyone to come and help us with the process. Where is that promise going to go? What are we doing with that promise? How are we going to continue to make sure that people do pay attention to us, and that they listen, and that they are going to be able to come back and continue to work with us unless we provide that space for them? We need to make sure that we do that. We cannot leave them behind. So I am going to urge that we have that in our process. We cannot. We can't, I can't even bring myself forward to requesting some of our staff members to voluntarily do a separation. I can't even do that because we don't even have that process in place, and we need to. We must. It's imperative for our city to be able to continue. We can't do it without them. So I don't know how, and maybe I'm asking for some assistance with the rest of our council members to be able to do that and provide direction on that. I cannot, in all consciousness, I would not be able to support making this restructure without having to have all of the people at the table to assist us with it. I just can't.
Thank you. For tonight is not the final decision on that restructuring, but simply giving direction to staff. Mayor Pro Tem O'Day, you've popped up on the screen as if you were trying to speak. Did you wish to speak up?
Yeah, you just covered it. Thank you, Mayor.
I think I heard you say that you think it got covered. Thank you. Is that what you were saying? Nod your head. The audio is terrible for some reason. I do not see any further discussion requests from council members. We do have a motion by Councilmember Winter, seconded by Councilmember Davis, that is on the floor. And if there are no further comments, that'll be going to a roll call vote. So given the difficulties of this kind of, I see a finger being, I would ask you asked me in the chat if you could, Councilmember Moreno, I will recognize you now. It's really awesome. We all just try to speak at the same time.
Sure. I believe there were some amendments to the second part of that motion, which had some of our priorities. Could we look at that with the added amendments?
I believe that those directions were given by Councilmember Davis and were included by Councilmember Winter in the motion when he made it. Ted, could you confirm that?
So my motion was the staff recommendation, and I sort of synthesized Councilmember Davis's thoughts down to making a priority making sure we have the tools for an economic recovery across all spectrums of the city, and that we, through the lens of social justice, make sure that that the people who are most at risk from the economic crisis have the tools in place to continue to be valuable members of our community, and that we do everything in our power to preserve our socioeconomic diversity.
Now, Councilmember Davis was the second. Hold it on. Councilmember Moreno, if you just hold it for a moment. Councilmember Davis was the seconder on the motion, so I want to clarify that that satisfies her need for her comments to be included. Councilmember Davis, can you let us know that?
So just two issues, and one is on the first bullet, ongoing and future impacts, because I think there may be future impacts that aren't necessarily impacts of which we're aware. So I'd just like to add that future-looking language. And then I'm in agreement with Councilmember Winter. I would just like to see the word social justice actually in there, because I think that will give some reassurance to the folks that I think we're all very sensitive about, and certainly Councilmember Hara's concerns. I think inserting the word social justice and or diversity, resources with city values, including social justice and diversity, it won't give comfort to people, but it will let them know that as we go through this process, those are part of our values. And then I'm fine with Ted's restatement of making sure that we emphasize what it's going to take to rebuild our economy. I think that's fine.
So I think staff is going to need some exact wording on all this. If we could, City Attorney, I just want to go back to Councilmember Moreno, because I did turn him off there for a moment. Councilmember Moreno, do you now understand what the motion is?
Yep, I do, and I would only add one more component there to reiterate Councilmember Hara. I would think it's knowledge preservation of certain staff members, so that we don't have to retrain and rebuild those programs from scratch wherever possible.
That's friendly to the maker of the motion.
Okay, I think what we're going to do is to make sure that staff knows exactly what the motion includes. And City Manager Cole has his hand raised and has asked in the chat to speak. So why don't you help us get language that you can jot down, so that you and your staff have specific instruction as to the directions that the council is adding to the original staff recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
I can.
Great. So certainly listening with interest to the council's commentary, it will be helpful to consolidate that to actual wording. And it looks like the Assistant City Manager is trying to do that. I did pick up Councilmember Davis's suggestions, which were specific. Councilmember Winter's were more general, and I wasn't sure whether he was replacing or adding, or both. Also, on Councilmember Moreno's commentary, which was viewed as a friendly amendment, in the end, we don't get to make budgets on the basis of individuals who are incumbents in a program. So I think that's problematic. To give us instructions about preserving particular individuals in their roles, particularly given the magnitude of the revenue loss that's nearly 40%. Again, nearly 40%. 4 out of every $10 next year, which we expected to support our government, won't be coming in.
Well,
$6 on $10. So to say, well, Joe and Susie and Sam and Bill are really important people, that's not the way we won't be able to do that, and we will have a very difficult time trying to make those subjective decisions legally and ethically.
That also is not what is on the agenda tonight. I hope the council and the public understand that. We are not making the plan tonight. We are giving direction to our staff to generate a plan, which we will review in a public hearing later on. But the direction is just to sort of give a certain color to the plan. What are the core values we want the plan to represent? It would be improper tonight, and in fact illegal under the agenda item, for us to specify keep this department, don't keep that department. We're talking about, well, what are the core values, and ones that were mentioned were looking ahead to the future as well as dealing with the immediate emergency, and also putting in something very clear about social justice. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Winter as the maker of the motion to see if he can offer up some specific language that incorporates that we could then all vote on. Can you do that, Ted?
Well, I was happy with what I saw in, well, I guess what Katie started drafting about including the word future in those, sort of mission statement we have here. And I'd be happy if we just put in social justice as Councilmember Davis suggested. I think that, we've made it sort of clear to staff what we're interested in, but for the specifics about the philosophy, we have the future impacts, and then I can't tell in this gray text whether there's anything in there. It says in particular social justice in an extremely small font. So I think that works for me if it works for the seconder of the motion.
Councilmember Davis, how do you feel about that?
Sorry, I'm having trouble with the unmute button. I think that's fine. And then on the third one, it looks like there's also some changes that also look fine to me. I don't know if they're particularly grammatically correct, but the thoughts are there. And I'll defer to the city attorney.
Councilmember Winter, if I could just clarify that your motion is as amended by the city manager, that staff report back no later than May 5th, as opposed to no later than April 28th. I just want to be sure that's clear so that we're all clear on the date.
I'm very glad you pointed that out. And yes, I concur and hereby amend my motion.
Thank you.
And I hate to be so careful, but is that amendment friendly to the seconder of the motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so the only way we find out how the rest of the council feels is to go through a roll call vote. Unless somebody tells me right now that they absolutely need to speak at this moment. Councilmember Hara, I have a note from you. You have additions. Is that an old note or a new note?
No, that is a new note. I just, can you hear me?
We can. I just want to let everybody know we're not going to take a vote right now. Hear you first.
Thank you. So here's something, and I don't know how to be able to incorporate that into this. I think of the Virginia Avenue Park as the EOC of the pandemic, okay, for our community. So how can we ensure that that is also going to happen? Because if we don't have that in our community, then we lose, what was it that somebody stated already? We lose the heart of our community here. So I want to see how it is that we could incorporate that in there. But I'm having difficulty with language. So I figured maybe I would just talk it through and see if I could go ahead and have some assistance with some of these directions. I know that social justice is definitely important, and
I think that, if I could suggest, why don't you take a moment and think about how to put this in language that is more general, because As we've already discussed, and as I'm sure we'll be reminded by the city attorney if we move forward with something as specific as what you're recommending, we're not tonight agendized to talk about specific departments or facilities, generalities. So if you can have general language that satisfies that. Meanwhile, I'm going to go to Councilmember Himmelrich, who I think has a question.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. And I think that maybe we're getting boxed up about two things. One is that the VSIP is voluntary. It's available to all employees on an equal basis if they're in those categories. So we don't pick who those people are, they pick themselves. And that's number one. And with the rest of the process, and Anna, I agree that there are important programs going on, but I think that we aren't quite there yet. I mean, I don't think we can say we want to keep people who have institutional knowledge of X or Y. And so if they volunteer, we need to not accept their resignation. Is that correct? If they're not necessary employees?
I totally understand that, Councilmember Himmerich. I really do appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that I understood, and I definitely do, the process of it. It is up to everyone to say, hey, I'm moving up front and I'm going to go ahead and separate from the city to help out with this, with this process. But however, I do have a question to follow up with that, and I don't know whether or not I can do that now. Once they choose to separate, that's it. Am I correct?
Well, I think that it depends on what the separation agreement looks like, because frequently they allow you to come back, and I don't see why we would prohibit people, should they choose to come back, from reapplying. That's my understanding, and the city attorney can speak to this better, but that's my understanding of how it works.
Okay, thank you. Then I guess I'll wait for city attorney to let us know. Thank you.
And I guess City Attorney Dilg, you're on the spot.
Right.
It's a good question. It's a difficult one for me. You're right that I would write the agreement. That likely is a policy judgment, and so I'd be interested in hearing from the city manager as well. That is a clause that could be included or not included in such an agreement. I don't believe there's a plan to include such a clause, but I want to be sure from your chief financial officer and your city manager that I'm not missing something there.
Are you saying that, well, I'm trying, so, and maybe I'm missing this, but it's my understanding you can put a clause in a separation agreement like this, right, a voluntary separation agreement, that the person can't reapply or can reapply. That's an option.
That's correct.
Wouldn't that be, if the position comes open again? I also think that there's with other separations, involuntary separations, there's layoffs, there's a mandatory rehire provision. But my question is, isn't it a policy decision for us to say whether people can or can't reapply for the job that they have voluntarily retired from?
So, Councilmember, and thank you, you actually have helped me clarify my own thinking. So I do want to distinguish between those two things. This is a voluntary separation program. So some of what this program is intended to do is find out if anyone is intending to leave the city anyway, or for their own reasons wants to separate from the city. That is quite different from if a job classification were later eliminated. At this time, we're taking no action to eliminate classifications or to tell anyone that they need to leave the city. So what we're doing tonight is entirely voluntary. If we were looking at eliminating a job classification or someone leaving the city not of their own will, then they could have, I will say, rehire rights under the Santa Monica Municipal Code. So right now, the reason we hadn't contemplated your question is that we don't anticipate that someone who voluntarily wants to leave the city and without any suggestion from us that they should. This is simply a program that says if anyone out there would like to leave the city of their own will, this is a program you can participate in right now that has an incentive for you to do that now and not a few weeks or a few months or some time from now. So for that reason, we hadn't contemplated the question of rehire or not. I think that there would be some balance. We don't want someone to take the incentive and receive a check from $10,000 from the city and then immediately reapply for their own job. But that's where I'm looking a little bit to the city manager to see if he has views. But it is definitely true that if we were to be eliminating a classification and someone were to be leaving not of their own will, the Santa Monica Municipal Code itself does have rehire provisions for many classifications.
So I do have a request to speak from Councilmember Moreno, but before we go there, since City Attorney Dill just said that it might be up to the city manager to clarify this, let's go to Rick. And Rick, also, do you have any thoughts on whether the initial amounts you came down on in the staff recommendation are the most appropriate and effective ones to get the voluntary reduction of payroll where we get?
So I'll try to answer those questions sequentially. The first question, I think, Lane, the voluntary separation agreement could and probably now should include that that it waives any rights to reapply for a job and pocket the incentive. That just doesn't make a lot of sense. So is it possible to write that agreement with that in mind?
It is possible. It is possible to write that agreement like that.
Does that make sense?
It could also make sense if council members are concerned about it to put in a 2-year no rehire or something like that isn't quite that isn't a forever no rehire. And if council wanted to direct us on that, we could do it.
Yeah, that would be congruent with my thinking too. We want to prevent abuse, but certainly we're not trying to ban people from future employment. We just don't want people to pocket an incentive and then turn around and come back to work. That defeats the purpose of the program. Although we would have the authority about whether to hire them or not. We as a city.
Okay, so we'll go back to the council for that in a moment, but City Manager Cole,
Let me
also have
the second part of the question.
So the numbers.
So a considerable amount of debate went into the formula we have proposed tonight. And it's not debate because people disagreed about the principles. It was because it's not easy to figure this one out. We do believe, as Lori Gentle said, that medical coverage will be very important to people in this emergency. So we don't want to go too far out because we don't know what medical costs are going to be too far out. So that's why we came up with 18 months. We're going to be equitable because the subsidy for medical for a PPO is considerably more than for an HMO. So we pegged it at the HMO rate, which is much more affordable. And then there's this just like the sliding bar at the bottom of your Blue Jeans screen that makes the pictures bigger or smaller. The higher the payout, the greater the hit to the city's general fund. But I do think that if the council believes that a higher payment would be justified to attract more people to take advantage of this, there are savings that come with this that help offset the additional cost. But it's a zero-sum game with all of these issues. Again, we're dealing with $6 where we used to have 10. So my answer to Councilmember Himmelrich's question is we've given you our best recommendation for the balance, but if you believe that making that more attractive would attract more people, I think there's a logic to that, and we certainly saw that logic in our internal discussions in framing our recommendation to you tonight.
Okay, so for the moment you're standing by the staff recommendation. We'll hear if council members feel differently. We also now have to have some debate about the specific rehire language, and the first person who's been waiting to speak is Councilmember Moreno.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I'll try something a little bit different. I'll be really specific. On point number 2, where it says create long-term fiscal and community sustainability, that preserves knowledge, comma, aligns available resources, et cetera, et cetera. So I'd like to request a friendly amendment that adds knowledge preservation on point 2. And on point 3,
well, let's do them one. Councilmember Moreno, let's see, first of all, how Councilmember Winter feels about the first friendly amendment.
I'd be happy with it, whether it said to the extent possible, because we realize it's difficult times, right?
I see a thumbs up, Councilmember Moreno. So Councilmember Davis, you are the seconder on the motion. Is that friendly to you as well?
I'm fine with Councilmember Winter's addition as well.
That was actually Councilmember Moreno's addition.
Well, right, but Councilmember Winter said to the extent possible, and as long as it says to the extent possible, I'm fine with that. I mean, I don't think we're in a position where we can, as I think has been said before, start to pick and choose who stays, who goes. We haven't even made those plans yet.
So can we go back now to the second half of Councilmember Moreno's suggested friendly amendments?
And then the second point is on the third bullet, prioritize efforts that encourage the business retention, comma, rebuilding the economic and social health, ... Let's try and preserve what we have. So that'd be my second friendly amendment, is to encourage the business retention, comma.
Councilmember Winter?
Yeah, I'm all for retaining businesses.
And Councilmember Davis?
I would take the out then, though, because you don't encourage the business retention. Take the out. So it'd be encourage business retention, and then I think you're going to, sorry to be the grammar Nazi, rebuild the economic and social health and resilience of the community, make the community more economically competitive, and restructure. So take out the, and then rebuild, not rebuilding.
Okay, so the motion is still whole, it's still on the floor, and Councilmember Himmelrich has a question.
I want to go back to the idea of letting people return if they take the payout, and I think that that we should make them return the payout if they want to come back.
So would you mean return just the cash payout or the value of the health insurance?
No, just the cash payout.
I'd be more comfortable just saying that, there's a 2-year period or something like that. I think it's a good point that we don't want people gaming the system. Not that anybody out there is intending to right now, but you got to be careful about loopholes.
I understand, and that's why I'm suggesting that you shouldn't be able to take the money and then come back, whether it's 2 years later, 5 years later.
Yeah, but when you talk about the health insurance, I mean, I don't know what an employee-only HMO monthly cost is, but let's say it's $1,000. That's $18,000.
I'm not talking about the health. I'm talking only about the cash payout, which I also think should be higher. I think that it should be a higher number. I think it should be probably 10 and 20.
Well, I'm interested in what my colleagues say. I tend to put my trust in the people who have had more experience in these sort of human resources matters than I do. So
I'm going to take it that amendment was not friendly to make with the motion.
well, if it's the will of the council to do something like that, I'm certainly, as the maker of the motion, can accept a friendly amendment. I just only heard from Councilmember Lammerich on this, so.
Well, so let me say one other thing, that I haven't heard any real basis for the 5 and 10. I know that one of my kids just had this choice, and it wasn't enough money to cause her to make it. To choose the that payment, but and it was between 5 and 10, but and she's pretty low salary, but so I do think a higher number. But what I was going to ask the city manager was whether he or anyone or any of the HR people have spoken to people in these two categories who have said that wouldn't be enough or that's plenty.
Okay, let's get an answer to that question from Councilmember Himmelrich. It looks like City Manager Cole is going to answer it.
I've removed my headphones. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. We did not ask that because it's very touchy on a voluntary separation program to go around shopping it, frankly. We looked at scenarios that were lower and higher than the number we recommended to you. There is no magic to that number. That is our best guess about the balance between attracting a significant number of people and not spending way too much money for the benefits derived. But there was vigorous discussion that this might be too low, and there was vigorous discussion that this might cost us too much money. And I can't say to the 7 council members, this is the right number. I can say that this was our best recommendation, balancing and not knowing among the couple thousand people who might be eligible for this. Well, not a couple thousand, it's less than 700. For the several hundred people who might be eligible for this, what their decisions might be and what the drivers would be. Again, this is not the first voluntary separation in the public or private sector, but it's the first in any memory for the city of Santa Monica.
If the seconder of the motion wants to speak, so the motion remains on the floor. We'll hold off on deciding whether it's going to be amended. It might take a vote. It might be friendly, but let's hear from Councilmember Davis.
I was just going to say that I think we probably shouldn't decide about rehiring rights. That's a tricky issue with these voluntary separations. We actually do them in the private sector a fair amount. And I don't do employment law, but I know that it's tricky to talk about rehiring rights when somebody takes the separation. And I'm not sure, for example, that you can require them to give back the money. So I'm sort of concerned about making those kinds of decisions on the fly without having employment lawyers look at it. With regards to the amount of money, I don't think there is a magic number. We didn't really see, we don't know how many people are going to take it. My guess is if you make the number higher, more people will take it. But I don't think either number, the 5 or 10 or the 10 or 20 is sufficiently large that you're going to have hundreds of people take it. And so I'm sort of agnostic on the number. But I'm uncomfortable starting to put restrictions on what people can and cannot do once they take the voluntary offer without a much more detailed legal analysis, because I think you're treading into some dangerous territory there.
So I'm not hearing the likelihood this will be accepted as a friendly amendment. I'll go back to Councilmember Himmelrich. Do you want to drop that, or do you want to push for a vote on an amendment to the motion that's on the floor?
I actually just wanted to ask the question and hear the answer in terms of the data underlying if there was any concerning the numbers. And I wanted to know whether we could ask for the money back. So I do have a question about the rehire provision. If this is a touchy issue in employment law, whether that's dangerous for us.
And who on staff can answer that best?
I think Councilmember Davis has raised good points. There is a lot of law that we've been reviewing around these agreements. If you don't give us direction, that is what I am more comfortable with. It is not, it is not a clause we're currently planning to write, and so if you don't give me direction, that is my higher comfort level, and we can look into it and use our best professional judgment. Having heard you tonight.
Thank you.
All right, then. We have a motion on the floor that has been seconded. It's been modified somewhat, but it's all been friendly. Let me ask staff one more time before we go to a roll call vote, if it's clear to you what the council intends here.
Mayor and members of the council, it is clear what your direction is on the voluntary separation plan. It is clear what your written principles would be for us to frame a budget. What may not be clear, and what I may not have made clear, and I want to be very clear about, is the rumors and the anxiety and the specific ideas that have been floated. Those are not without foundation. We have done, as I said earlier in the meeting, a planning process to understand and to frame the magnitude of the reductions that having $4 less out of every 10 mean for our city. Because again, not to reiterate all of the points that our chief financial officer made at the beginning, but we're going to burn through over $100 million of reserves, canceled capital projects, and one-time resources. And that's a huge amount of money. And then we still have an over $100 million hole in next year's budget, even after using all of those good ideas. And people who've not spent 37 years in public finance have lots of great ideas about what we could do. And been down this road, and there may be some ideas we don't know about, but there are much more limits on what cities can and can't do than the average person thinks when they're sitting at home. So I want to be clear, when you give us this direction, you've talked tonight, as have the people that gave testimony, about the things you want to keep, or the things you want to invest in, or the things you want, or the needs you want to meet. I would just point out the fourth principle, which is still remaining, and that is recognize that even important priorities will have to be postponed, and as the economy improves, we can expand and rebuild our effort. I don't want to give, if I have to be the scapegoat for this, if I have to be the teller of bad news, I am prepared to do that, because that's my job under the charter. That's what you hired me to do. And I have to be clear in this public setting that there will be extraordinarily harsh choices that I won't like, you won't like, the community won't like, the workforce won't like, absent dramatic state or federal bailout funds. We hope for those. I pray for those, but we cannot count on those. The result will be even things that are deeply important to you and to community members and to all of us on staff who've built our careers around serving the public. We will have to make choices that are unprecedented in their negative impact on everything we believe in order to get through this and to rebuild effectively on the other side.
The maker of the motion would like the last word. Councilmember Winter.
I never assume with this council that I'll get the last word, but I do have two thoughts. In terms of Councilmember Morena's friendly amendment about that preserves knowledge, I'd like to suggest that what he's really after is that preserves institutional knowledge, right? I mean, we can't be trying to preserve knowledge as a generic topic, but I think what he's after is the extent that, as we have to restructure the government, we want to make sure that we don't wind up losing, if to the extent possible, institutional knowledge. And then I've been thinking about Councilmember Hemmich's thoughts about the payoff for the voluntary severance. Personally, I would prefer to have more voluntary separations and fewer layoffs, right? And so I would like to suggest that, having thought about what she suggested, that maybe we raise the payout for the higher tier, which originally was going to be $10,000, we raise that to $15,000, and then for the second tier, where the payout proposed was $5,000, we make that $10,000. We don't know how many people that'll attract, but I really feel strongly I'd rather have people voluntarily leaving the city and reduce the number that we have to make the hard decisions about. So if that's friendly to the seconder, I'm making a friendly amendment to my own motion.
That's friendly to the seconder.
Councilmember Winter, you were right with this council. You won't get the last word because Aaron wants to speak.
Thank you so much for indulging. Appreciate that. So I really appreciate Councilmember Morena's addition on the second bullet, but I was hoping that maybe we could add create long-term fiscal and community sustainabilities that preserves institutional knowledge to the extent possible that aligns with community-centered, available community-centered resources with the city values.
That was a question for modification to the motion.
That was a modification.
So
that aligns available community. Yes.
Okay, the audio is going in and out on Councilmember Hara. I haven't heard from Councilmember Winter on that change.
I think that's what they wrote down is what I would like to add as a friendly amendment.
Yeah, I was just mentally masticating over this these changes. What are you hoping to achieve there, Councilmember Hara?
That we would be able to have not only staff members that were, with institutional knowledge, but also that we would be able to have the community also come in and provide us some resources.
Can you give me an example?
So we, in the well-being summit, asked our community to be a part of, and come together with the city. I don't want that to go away. I don't want the community to think that we are going to forget about our promise or covenant or commitment to them. So I want to be able to ensure that they are still a part of this process.
Yeah, if I might.
Well,
Mayor?
I think it was your turn, Councilmember Winter, because you need to respond to Councilmember Hara, and then I see that Councilmember O'Day would like to say something as well.
well, I'm interested in what Councilmember O'Day has to say.
Okay, Mayor.
Well, I think that Councilmember Hara's point is to have a community-centered approach more than a city hall-centered approach, and I want to make sure that we do capture the concept, and the suggestion here is probably a useful one in the way that it's currently drafted.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, it is working. I think it's friendly to me. Particularly, again, we have to be aspirational and simultaneously realistic. And to the extent that the subsequent language understands that some things cannot be continued or must be significantly altered, at least in the short term, with the knowledge that some things have to be postponed, and as the economy recovers, we can expand and rebuild. Yeah, I'm happy with that. That works for me. Councilmember Davis?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine. I think we all would love to preserve everybody and everything, but it ain't going to happen. But I think there's enough caveats in these as written that the community will understand that and also understand what we're trying to do as we go through this process.
Okay, so now we're at a moment where we seem to be in agreement. All the amendments that were added as friendly have been friendly to both the maker and the seconder, and I have no further requests from council members to discuss the item. So would the clerk please call the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Morena,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes, and so the motion as amended on item 8A has passed unanimously, 7-0, with a vote of the full council present in this special meeting. And that was the only item on the agenda for this special meeting. So before we adjourn, let me just remind everybody, if they tuned in for the 5:30 regular meeting, we haven't started it yet. This meeting that was supposed to go half an hour went over 2.5 hours. I'm going to suggest that we take about a 3-minute break so that staff can reconfigure the meeting, adjourn this meeting, and come back with the meeting that was supposed to start at 5:30. We will begin that at 7:40. So stay connected, but we'll be in recess for about 3 minutes here while staff does that. If the city clerk would stop the broadcast on this meeting, and then we will begin the broadcast with the next meeting at about 7:40. We are adjourned. Good evening, folks, and thank you so much for your patience. This is going to be a regular meeting of the Santa Monica City Council for April 14th, 2020. Regular in the sense that it's on the usual day and was to have been at the usual time, but we had a special meeting at 5 o'clock that was anticipated to run 30 minutes and ran 2.5 hours and then some. So we're now just picking up the 5:30 regular meeting of the Santa Monica City Council tonight, on which we have only 2 items, a closed session and then the ratification of some emergency orders. But before we do anything else, we should have a convened meeting, do a roll call. If the clerk would, please.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day. I see you.
Yes. Here.
Councilmember Hara.
Here.
Councilmember Winter.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Here.
Councilmember Morena.
Here.
And Mayor McKim.
I'm here as well. So we have the full council, and there are 2 points I want to make before we call the first item. The first is that the context in which we are operating, both on the previous meeting and this one, is clearly a very difficult financial one for the city of Santa Monica, with revenues down so significantly. And I just want to point that as part of that context, both our city attorney and our city manager have agreed to take 20% pay cuts for the duration of this. So that gives you some idea of how seriously this is being taken from the very top of our city administration. Having said that, I also want to correct myself. I said there were 2 items. Actually, this being a regular meeting, there may be public input. I want to ask the city attorney, did the governor's rules on going to teleconferences have any allowance for public comment, which we usually have at the end of a meeting? How are we going to
public comment is permitted. The mechanism that we are using for doing that is written comments, which will be read into the record. Those are written comments only if the person is present and the person submits their comments in the time frame that the clerk allows for an ordinary meeting.
And as always, those comments have to be on something not on the agenda tonight, within the purview of the city, and are limited to 2 minutes each. Is that correct?
That's correct. All of our ordinary rules otherwise apply.
Okay, so having gotten the process out of the way, if the clerk would call the first item.
Item 1A is conference with labor negotiator, and is the agency designated representative, which is the Chief Police Officer Laura Gentles, the Human Resource Manager, and outside counsel Laura Hatley. And she's with Liebert Cassidy Whitmore. The bargaining units are the ATA, the Administrative Team Association, California Teamster Local 911, Confidential Unrepresented Employee Pay, Executive Pay Plan, Municipal Employee Association, Management Team Association, Public Attorney Legal Support Staff Union, Public Attorney Union, Santa Monica Fire Executive Management Association, Santa Monica Fire Local 1109 IAFF, Santa Monica Police Officer Association, Supervisory Team Association, International Association of Sheet Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Workers, Transportation Division Local 1785, Unrepresented Employees, City Attorney, Special Counsel, Chief of Staff, City Attorney's Office, Office Administrator, City Attorney's Office, Executive Assistant to the City Attorney's Office, City Clerk, City Manager, Assistant City Manager, Deputy City Manager, Executive Administrator, City Manager's Office, Council Office Coordinator, City Manager's Office, Communications and Public Affairs Officer, City Manager's Office Assistant to the City Manager, City Manager's Office Administrative Assistant, City Manager's Office. And we have, I'm asking my Assistant City Clerk if there's any public comment on this.
We just have one public comment from the Coalition of Santa Monica City Employees.
So we'll open the public hearing and hear that comment.
To the Honorable Mayor and City Council, these are strange times indeed, and the employees of the city are working harder than ever to serve the community during this crisis, both through our customary job duties and as emergency operations employees. While many of us are shut inside our homes, many others of us are out in the field delivering services and keeping the city safe and running smoothly. We clearly see and feel the economic crisis brought on by measures taken to protect the public from this pandemic. Nothing is business as usual, and in this context, we must not act hastily lest we ensure business as usual can never happen again. The Council is looking at tough choices as you consider balancing the upcoming fiscal year budget. We know you take on this task with a heavy heart, and we also ask that you take on this task with a return to core values. Over the next 2 weeks, the city management team will finalize and then present to you plans that will have irreversible and draconian impacts. These plans have not been developed with the involvement of employees, the bargaining units, or the coalition leadership. The first information shared with the bargaining unit presidents was at a meeting on Monday afternoon, and it was almost completely devoid of detail. This move comes on the heels of rushed and awkward implementation this week of unpaid administrative leave for 400 employees whose workplaces have been closed. Most of those affected are among the city's lower paid workforce and will suffer the greatest hardship. Nevertheless, that step will pale in comparison with what is yet to come if the city manager convinces you to use an axe where a scalpel is needed. Our message to the council is simple: slow down, look at more options, and involve the city's employees to come up with alternatives that will help push the city forward with the least damage possible. Your employees are your most valuable asset, and they are willing and able to get creative to find better solutions. To sideline them in this process is to deny yourselves the single greatest source of intelligence, creativity, drive, and passion you have. What make this city government the envy of every other city of California. You have approved an emergency ordinance that suspends the usual civil service rules of protection. This concerns us greatly, and we hope that the temporary removal of protections is not utilized to take advantage of employees with long tenures at the city. A short-term emergency should not be used as the pretense, and the 2 minutes is up. But this is uploaded on the website.
Thank you very much. That'll close the public hearing on this item. And before we recess, I have to correct myself yet again. We actually have 3 items left after this because we have a resolution ratifying the emergency proclamations. We're going to be adopting a resolution to designate representatives to help us get the Cal Office of Emergency Services money, and then we will also have public comment. So we will be coming back, but now as we recess to closed session, it's a little bit different from when we usually just leave the room. We're going to be shutting down the broadcast, which I'll ask the city clerk to do in a moment, and we will be coming back here in this venue at some point. I don't know if we even want to try and venture a guess on time. Usually the city attorney gives us some idea how long she thinks it'll take. City Attorney Dill, do you have any idea?
Our best estimate would be that you would be back at 9:30.
All right, well, now, if we are done before 9:30, would that preclude us from coming in? I don't see how we would be.
It would preclude you from coming back in because that's when the public would expect you. So we can estimate 9 and ask the public to check back in and watch their screens if you prefer that.
That might be.
Ordinarily,
I'm sorry.
ordinarily you take your closed session first, but conceivably you could take your open session first. Then the public wouldn't be waiting for those items for the completion of the closed session.
That is something we could do, Council, if we wish to, by vote of the Council. We'd reorder the agenda. I don't ordinarily like doing that because members of the public who've seen the published agenda would expect to be coming back later for these other items. But we took so long on the special meeting that, frankly, if they thought we had a closed session at 5:30, they probably came back at 7:30, figuring we'd be on the items that they'd be waiting for anyway. So how would the Council feel about reordering the agenda to hear items 11A, 11B, and 14 public comment at this time, followed by the closed session? Anybody like
Excellent
that?
idea.
Okay, I heard pretty much that. So that is what we'll do. So we're going to postpone the recess to closed session. And I hope I didn't send people away too soon because we're going to go into items 11A, 11B, and 14. If the clerk would call 11A, please.
Mayor, I'd like to ask who's second? I heard everybody.
Yeah, that was the problem I had too. That's a little harder to
I move.
It was Councilmember Hara who's claiming the motion. And who's got their hand waving? Anybody wants to claim the second? Okay. Second to that motion.
Okay.
Councilmember Winter.
And the vote was by acclamation, without objection.
So next we have 11A is adoption of a resolution ratifying COVID-19 emergency proclamation and supplements thereto. And we have no request to speak or no public comment.
We do have a brief staff presentation, if only to tell us that this document is in the package.
Yes.
People appear to have their mics. We get this very audio when that happens. So if people who are not about to speak would turn off their mics, that would be helpful. Who is going to give the staff presentation on item 11A?
Council, I can walk through it quickly, if that would be helpful to you. This is the ratification of the declaration of local emergency as well as the supplements thereto. It is important that you ratify all new supplements as soon as practicable under the Santa Monica Municipal Code, and that is why we bring these to you each time you have a council meeting at which a new supplement has been issued since you last met. So at this stage, I think you're familiar with the emergency proclamation that was issued on March 13th, as well as the prior supplements thereto that you have previously ratified. So if council would permit it, I will skip through those and talk about what we have done since you last met. Since you last met on April 9th and ratified the emergency declaration and the supplements, we have issued 2 new supplements. The first, issued April 8th, requires workers and customers at covered businesses, and covered businesses include but are not limited to grocery stores, farmers markets, restaurants, hardware stores, transportation providers, and plumbing and similar businesses. This emergency orders requires workers and customers at those businesses to wear face coverings, which is something short of a medical mask, short of a surgical mask, but is a cloth covering, and there are many instructions online for the public on how to create such cloth coverings. Mine is across the room, so I won't pull it out for you now, but many opportunities, I believe, the city manager, and thank you, Councilmember Hara. The supplemental order also recommends but does not require that residents of the city wear face coverings when they go out for any reason at all. And so the supplement overall requires workers and customers at the covered businesses that we've listed to wear face coverings when in those businesses, and it recommends that residents begin wearing face coverings generally. The other supplement that has been issued is a revised first supplement. The first supplement is your tenant and commercial eviction protection supplement. So this order is the one that states that a residential tenant may not be evicted between now and May 31st if the tenant takes certain steps to notify their landlord that they have lost income due to COVID-19 and are no longer able to pay their rent. This also provides protection for commercial tenants for the same time period if they similarly provide notice to their landlord and documentation that they have lost income due to COVID-19 and are unable to pay their rent as a result. The revised supplement also states that residential units may not be removed from the rental market pursuant to the Ellis Act during the tenure of the supplement. And it requires landlords to provide notice to residential tenants of the fact that the residential tenant protections are in place. It states that a landlord may not evict a tenant and through May 31st, and that date could be extended in a no-fault eviction. And it also states that residential tenants may refuse entry to landlords for certain non-essential purposes, and they may not be evicted if they refuse entry on that ground. It also states that a landlord may not evict a residential tenant based on the presence of unauthorized occupants or their pets during the COVID-19 response through May 31st. And those are the key provisions. The order also enhances the penalties under the city's tenant harassment ordinance. And so we do bring this to you for ratification this evening. We will go through a similar procedure as we have in the past, which is that I would ask you to vote first with Councilmember Moreno recused regarding the supplements that have to do with the Santa Monica Pier, and then vote on the overall ratification of the emergency proclamation. And the last thing is that I have one correction to the resolution itself, which is that I would like recommend that you add a new section 17 stating that this, and I apologize for this language, the second revised first supplement to the executive order shall remain in effect until May 30th, 2020, unless otherwise expressly stated within the text of an individual supplement, at which time it shall automatically expire unless earlier extended or expressly superseded by an action of the City Council or by a further executive order. The reason for that is the rest of your resolution is now extended to be effective through May 15th. That date aligns with the LA County date for the extension of their emergency orders. Our residential and commercial eviction protections, however, are and have been in place through May 30th. And I apologize, I thought we were doing closed session first, so I thought I'd have a minute more to glance at that, but that is what's before you for, and I'm happy to take any questions.
It's always part of the danger when we suddenly reorder the agenda. If I recall, the city clerk said there were no requests to speak on this item. Is that still correct?
That is correct.
So we can open and close the public hearing and have both questions and discussion from the councilor. And I do not yet see any questions or suggestions. So we would be open to a motion that would ratify the emergency order.
Well, Mayor, I'd be willing to make a motion once Councilmember Moreno walks out that door behind him.
Okay, so let's bifurcate this and recommend it. Councilmember Moreno, before you leave, record would please state why it is you're recusing yourself on this item.
Yep, I'm recusing myself on this item because it has something to do with the Santa Monica Pier, and my family owns a business on the Santa Monica Pier, so to avoid any perceived conflict of interest, I'm removing myself from this item.
Thank you very much for explaining that. We'll give you a moment to leave the room. Please left camera view. I assume that the door can't be that far away. So somebody would like now to make a motion for the part that involves only the pier.
Yeah, I'll move that we approve the emergency ordinances that pertain to the pier.
And that would be the second supplement and the sixth supplement.
Okay,
Yeah,
those. Moved by Councilmember Winter and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem O'Day. Just the sections as just specified by the city attorney. Is there any discussion on that? Gus, we'll take a roll call vote.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes, so by unanimous vote of the 6 council members present, the parts having to do with the pier are now ratified, and we can ask Councilmember Moreno to come back into the room. I don't know how we're going to do that. Somebody reach through the screen and knock on his door.
I texted him.
That was a closet, by the way.
Glad to see you out of the closet, Greg.
Thanks.
Maybe you'd like to move the rest of the ratification.
I'd like to move the rest of the ratification.
Is there a second?
Second.
So it was moved by Councilmember Moreno and seconded by Councilmember Hara, at least according to whose camera kicked in first when they spoke. Seeing no further requests for discussion, we can do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter? Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes, so the remainder of the ratification is a unanimous yes vote for the City Council, 7-0. And that let us move on to item 11B.
Item 11B is adopt a resolution to designate representatives authorized to execute grant documents for Cal Office of Emergency Services and Federal Emergency Management Agency grants, and you have no request to speak.
Anybody on staff want to explain this briefly?
I would be happy to. So this is Gigi Decavalis-Hughes. I wanted to let you know that what's before you tonight is basic housekeeping to deal with this emergency and to make sure that we are ready to accept funds when they are available. So what we're asking you tonight is to designate the city manager, the assistant city manager, and the finance director as agents of the city to file and provide documentation to FEMA and the California Office of Emergency Services, allowing the city to apply for funds and to accept the funds from those agencies. It's also asking you to give authority to me, to the finance director, and to the Emergency Operations Center Finance Section Chief and our staff as designated to pursue any COVID-19 grants and be able to make budget changes as necessary to accept those grants and to do that expeditiously. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you very much. That'll give us an opening for council questions. I don't see any. What's before us is the ability to accept money, so not be all that much discussion on this. Anybody want to
I will enthusiastically move the staff recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
Actually, Mayor Pro Tem, I didn't need you to do it. You'll be the seconder, if that's okay, Councilmember Winter.
Yeah.
Okay. Seeing no further requests to speak, if the clerk would call the roll on this.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Hopefully a lot sooner than we expect. Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon?
Yes, so no surprise, unanimous yes vote from the City Council, 7-0. We will take the money if it comes. Now, we're also, at this point in the meeting, going to do something we usually do at the very end because we reordered the agenda, and that is we'll be open now for public comment. So can the clerk tell us what she has received on item 14, and please call that item.
Item 14 is public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the City Council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this item, and you have no request to speak, or you have no public comment.
Okay, so that closes item 14, brings us to the end of the meeting, and meeting online introduces all sorts of new wrinkles in process. Usually, if we go to closed session, there's no additional item to be done in public anyway. We come back out for a report from closed session. Because we're online, there's really no place to come back out to. How does the city attorney or the city clerk recommend we handle this? Do we just go into closed session and not come back with a broadcast? Or do we need to
come back? Yes, you would still need to come back, even if there's nothing to report out. So I would ask, we end the broadcast, we'll stop this, and as we did the last time, I would ask that someone text me and let me know that closed session is over. You would come back, report whether there's any action or no action, and then we would end the meeting or end the broadcast.
You will end the broadcast. That will also stop the recording. Is that true?
That is correct.
Because I notice right now it says the broadcast duration so far tonight has been 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 35 seconds, which would seem to include both of our meetings. So did we stop the broadcast in between the two meetings tonight?
Yes. So when we stop the broadcast, you guys will go to closed session. No one will hear it. And then when you return and start the broadcast, it'll start back up at 3 hours and whatever.
Okay, so it'll be appended to the existing broadcast. At the moment, it appears we have 84 attendees. I wish I could tell you when to come back to hear the report out from closed session. We decided to do some other business first, so City Attorney Dill, you had originally said 9:30. We pulled it back to 9, but now it would seem that 9:30 is a pretty safe time to say it'd be the earliest we might come back. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's a safe statement.
Okay. So with that, City Council, we are recessed to close session.
I'm turning off the broadcast.
Well, hello again. If you're out there in cyberspace and you've been waiting for us, you're very patient. It's almost 11:30, but we have now returned from closed session. And does the city attorney have anything to report out from that closed session?
Item 1A was discussed with no reportable action taken.
Well, that concludes our agenda for tonight for this regular meeting on April 14th, regular in the scheduling sense, irregular, of course, in the fact that we're meeting online. And we anticipate meeting online for the foreseeable future, as I guess you could expect. So our next meeting, we anticipate at least, will be on the night of Tuesday, April 28th. And until then, good night. We're adjourned.